Greetings, chat. It is de moi. CapCut is done exporting the video to my VOD archive. I'll probably upload it after stream, but there's a kitty. Very vocal. He is very, very squeaky. Wanted my attention, right? Well, you're getting my attention. So it is. Silly little girl. She accidentally got her collar loose enough and it got stuck between one of her arms. He's so silly. You're so silly. You're a silly baby. Able to watch on again? Understandable. Magda, I love you, Maggie Moon. Hope I'll have fun and be able to. First? I mean, today I'm doing stuff mostly just related to my art classes. Looking over at chat. Looking at chat. Back in your box. Back in your box. But anyway. I'm gonna go take my Adderall, which is, you know, like ADHD medication. It's the quick release one, not the extended release. I have some extended release, but I'm gonna wait until after I'm done with all my quick release stuff. Watch the bottle that I'm using for it, and then just plop the, my older Adderall, my older extended release Adderall in there. Also, I think I have an idea as to why Skyrim was being all borky yesterday. It's because of my software that I use for my model. Because for context, I use two software. I use VBridger for my tracking. It allows me to be a little more expressive with my model, and VTube Studio is where my actual model is. VBridger is a plugin for VTube Studio. However, I think because of the fact that, I'm running two softwares that do take up quite a bit of, RAM and then memory. Skyrim is like not being super cooperative because of that. So, yeah. So I think that because of that, when I do stream, when I next stream Skyrim, which is going to be in like February, based on my schedule, I'm probably just gonna be in PNG jail for the whole time. And hopefully that's going to fix all the stuff. And the borking of everything. Because I ended stream with Skyrim choosing to literally just break like VTube Studio. Maggie. Magda has zoomies. Anyway, to explain what I'm doing, this is a project that I'm working on for my 2D design class. It's basically like a comic thingy where you explore for the fundamentals of art. And I already did like the thumbnails for all of these. So the fundamentals of art. No, not fundamentals. The elements of art are these things. There are line, shape, forms, space, color, and texture. Those are the elements of art. And you'll be vibing here while doing your homework too. Understandable! Yeah, the texture thing, I wanted to kind of like reference Dungeon Meshi or like Delicious in Dungeon by using food. And then these are the principles of art. Not all of them, of course, but there's balance, pattern, emphasis, movement, rhythm, and variety and unity. But anyway. Save. I'm gonna have to locate the file again. Anyway. So, allow me to explain what I am technically doing. So here is basically a file that I'm using to redesign Ilya, who is the character in this that I'm planning on using for this project. And she's an adventurer who is biding her time to try and kill the leader of a country that had destroyed her home and like literally her whole entire life when she was like 10 or so years old. For the sake of power. And one of the things I wanted to kind of like show in her design is, you know, a solar eclipse. Like a solar eclipse. Because in the story I have for her, like, what I've been revising out of the story that I have, I found her being like a mix of two different elf races, which are part of the greater fairy species. So she's technically one of the Fae. But she is a mix between a sun elf and a moon elf. Sun elves tend to be darker in skin tone with lighter hair. And then the opposite is for moon elves. They tend to be lighter in skin tone, but they have darker hair. Maggie, what are you doing? He has zoomies. Yeah, one of the things that has always been a thing for this character is that she is meant to have markings on her arms and maybe some on her face. Very pretty art. I'm working on it. Looks very nice. I appreciate it. And yes, this is like the first character that I am unironically giving a mullet. Also, thank you for the 7 stream streak. So I actually have a reference over on my main monitor. I suspect that it could be like AI generated, but I'm not fully sure. But I'm not seen it regardless. Because it's kind of like the closest to what I had in mind for, you know, this character. This is basically like a thing where main thing here is going to be, of course, the hand. So I'm going to draw this. And this is like going to be the main part of, you know, oh hi. Yes. Oh, Kitty. Indeed, Kitty. Kitty is doing homework. Indeed, I will. Kitty main. Yeah. And something else that I have out as like a reference is Queen Sonia from Tears of the Kingdom. So the main thing I'm kind of like doing here is, oh, something like this. Luckily, as I'm on Clip Studio Paint in 4.0, I believe, I can literally just use a 3D model and paint these features all over it. 5,911. Hmm. But anyway. So the main thing here I want to like do with the general idea I have this is that I want to try and like have aspects of both warm and cool tones. So in the whole like illustration here, I basically want to like make sure I'm able to have some kind of like design. But I have a color palette. I have the save that I use to reference Ilia's eyes. It's this. I think I'll change it to maybe this color? I wonder. Maybe I can just have it be sort of like this pinkish red. Just straight up go red. Kind of like the color of a lunar eclipse. With the design of a solar eclipse. Anyway, ads are happening in like 5.5 minutes. But maybe I can like use this, make it a little darker. Then Then, like, wait, no, this looks a little too Christmassy. I can do something like this. I'll have to figure this out. I do have... I feel like I can, like... Okay, so maybe... So, I don't remember if I have this saved as like a PNG, but... I believe in my... I have some stuff here in my, like, old art. No, it could be in my assignment thing. It's... No, it's part of the Exquisite Corpse. And it has my, like, actual name. Like, my legal name on it. So unless I change the name of it, of the file, I'm gonna end up doxing myself on accident. And that's a bad idea. I actually don't have any, like, old art of her on my computer. I'm actually gonna go kind of early. And I'm gonna go, like, grab something. Also, water the cat. Which I'm gonna go do real quick. Out of water. Much. Water fountain. No. Window catio. The window at my desk. I don't want to place it there. Outlet. Lay right. The box. So, back on Thursday, I, went to my PT. And something I mentioned at my PT is that I wanted to get an underdesk motorbike / elliptical. Because, I am very sedentary. I sit down a lot, especially, when I'm in a semester like I am right now. But basically, I thought it would be a thing I could try so that I could expend energy at my desk and, burn calories. I'm looking. It appears I don't have any, as far as I could see. Yeah, boy doesn't have any full-colored illustration of her own character, of this character that I'm drawing. At least from what I could do. Let me go place this over here and pray that Magda does not knock it down. But I'd like to mention some little lore about Ilya here. So, I made her back when I was in high school, so the earliest I could have designed her is 2018, but I know that I did not draw her in 2018. So, I likely drew her around 2020, 2021, or 2022. I'm thinking around 2021 is when I first designed her. But she is actually kind of based off Link from The Legend of Zelda. With being a left-handed sword user. And all that. But that's where her similarities to Link kind of end, other than like partial appearance. But he's kind of like sort of a kind of warrior, but she's actually not like, unlike Link, who in some iterations is a knight of a kingdom. Ilia is an adventurer, basically like hired muscle. For a lack of better words. He is basically hired to do something that, the average populace isn't able to do. He does a good amount of bodyguard work. For merchants and stuff, making sure their goods aren't stolen. Sometimes she does fetch quests, where she has to, get something for someone because they aren't able to do it for whatever reason they have. Sometimes it's because of the fact that they just can't move like they used to, and they can't go that far anymore. Or it's just like a temporary thing, where it's like an injury and not a disability. But other times, she has to beat monsters. And others that has to intimidate people. It all kind of depends on what she has been given work for. But for unlike a lot of adventurers in her, area, she isn't part of an adventuring team. It basically, if it's something that just requires one person to do, she's your woman. Do that thing. Occasionally, if she has to, she will temporarily work with other adventurers. But usually she doesn't really do that for long, because she knows that she has quite a temper. And, she's basically just I don't want to stay around people too long to accidentally upset them and ruin any opportunity of allyship ever again with them. So she pretty much decides to keep her distance. And also because she is terrified of losing everything again. Wait. Okay. Streamlabs' chat overlay was being wonky on me. I wonder if Magda decided to do something silly while I was getting her water. It would be a very Magda thing to do. I'm gonna fill in these. Also, I have a whole bunch of different color markers that I plan on using up for the sake of this, because this has to be done traditionally. The class I'm taking is not a digital art class. So, yeah. Getting like a pimple on my chin. It's not like out enough yet for me to put a patch on. Anyway. This is kind of like my plan for what Ilya's hand might look like. I'll probably like make a couple of different iterations of the coloring, and show those to my professor, see which one he likes best. But anyway, it is now time, I think, go and like do this. I'm gonna Alright, alignment to the canvas. So, to explain what in the world I am doing, this is hey, what are you doing? Oh, there you are. But yeah. So to explain what I am doing right now, I am kind of like starting to flesh out parts of the thumbnails that I have for my, project. There's like between 2 and 3 per, fundamental element and principle. But The plan is to like start off with the elements. And yes, I could have done this like traditionally, like, you know, using a pen and pencil, but I honestly, like, I'm more used to digital media at this point. The digital medium. Oh, I've been using digital for the past few years, after all. So, use this as kind of like an opportunity to flesh things out. Or, oh, everything here. And I'm going to this. Also, soon I'll likely start the intermission. And now gonna go ahead. Also, I can imagine that, you know, Fae and elves, their hair grows pretty quickly. So doesn't take a long time for Ilya's hair to turn to a longer, length. But she usually, like, once in a while, she just chops pretty much close to all her hair off. And, like, sort of a pixie cut. So because this is, going to be focused on, the line, not gonna be too focused on, like, doing any rendering. For this. Also, save this. I need to really use the bathroom. I'll be seeing y'all in a few minutes. Like, maybe 10 minutes. I'm back. What the fuck is the... Sorry, I got distracted by one of the buttons on my Stream Deck. The screen is showing a bit of a wonky picture for it. What if I click it? Okay, it's back to normal. But anyway... I think I'm going to change the eyebrows a little bit. For the expression. Yeah, I also have to submit this digitally on Canvas, like all of the works in progress parts for this anyway, so I'm here just like, why not? Why not just do part of this digitally? And also because I have a tendency to lean into what I am drawing. And because of that, I accidentally reveal more of my IRL self than I actually want to. So, because of that, oops. Yeah, because of that, I'm going to focus mostly on just doing this digitally. And there is something else I am doing as well. And it is for my final. Like my final class. No, not final class. One of the final projects I have for my Art History 2 class. But, yeah. Oh. I'm actually in my to-do list for here. I actually have part of the first thing I plan on doing for that project listed, because I want to design the characters that I want to use. For the project. And this isn't the only major thing I have to do, but it is like something that's due in like April, I think. Actually, I'm gonna go open up Google Chrome, because that's where I have all my class stuff. Now I'm going to remove those two things because I no longer need those. Login, Canvas. history of art, Renaissance to modern. So the part where the aspect where I have to design the, characters for it. So the project is due. The project that I plan on working on as well, that's part of a different class, is due on April 19th. So it's entirely possible for that one class I can, like, since I have spring break, which is from the March 8th to the 13th, I believe. No, it technically from the 9th to the 13th. But that happens, like, that is due after the museum, the visit questionnaire. Which I don't think I downloaded it yet, but because I think I've taken this class before, or it's like the same professor as my the other art history class, I already know places that I want to go to, like that I can go to, because there is a list of acceptable area museums. I've already gone to, because I've done this assignment before with a previous class, I don't want to go to the same museum that I went to before the old class. I want to go to somewhere new. Which, I'm probably going to go and talk with my mom in like February in order to do that. Also, apparently, like, the professor degraded my introduction, and so I'd like to mention that I literally start off my introduction with greetings, weirdos, goopers, and incomprehensible creatures. And I also mentioned a dragon hoard's worth of art markers and pens, like the very last sentence. And my professor, she said, your introduction conjured an image in my mind of you sitting on a massive mountain of art supplies is in your lair. I'm looking forward to having you as a student for this semester. Your introduction met requirements for full points. And I also got full points on the syllabus quiz and the learning module quiz as well. Also, I think I did respond to... Okay, yeah, I did respond to someone for this discussion. I think someone was typing this on their phone because my name auto-corrected to something else! An entirely different name than mine. And the one that I call myself. Anyway, I'm gonna close that. Also gonna close these tabs. I'm gonna yap a little bit about that, creative project that I have. Actually, hold on. So this is the, thing I did from for a previous class that has this project. And it's basically like, I'm pretty sure I'm using like the same project idea, like project choice, or like interacting with, the past of art and stuff. But it's like very simple, and this is before I, made this pen that I'm using for my line art and stuff. And, my coloring, because I am like that. So this was made with the mapping pen. So this one. It's basically like a silhouette. Like, very simple, and I unironically just grabbed a PNG of one of the sculptures that was in the that was mentioned and shown in one of the chapters for my textbook. But of course, something I wanted to do is I wanted to do something different. I wanted to show more of like what I can do as an artist. How I improved since I first took that class back in 2023. Like how much my art has improved over the past few years. And I also plan on, having making a zip file of like all the references and inspiration that I am using for the characters. And also include files of, all of the things I did before I, did the final illustration. I actually already have some, assets that I can use for it already. 5,731! Hell yeah! Yeah. And because of the, the fact that I, want to do something different, for the final project, the creative project for that art history class. And, you know, use it as a way to show how much I improved as an artist ever since I took, you know, the prerequisite class 3 years ago. In fact, that I am also retaking this exact class again. This is the second time I've done that class specifically. It ain't my first rodeo. But yeah. Now, I'm not fully sure what I'm going to do with the hands and stuff. I know that in this character, you know, for Ilya, I wanted to have her wearing gambeson. But, like, have it be a little unbuttoned. Maybe. No. Have it sort of contour around. No. Her anatomy. To erase this. So do that. Oh right, I am using the wrong pen. Wrong. I was using my line art pen, not my sketch pen. So something I wanted to do for this is I want to show a bit of like contour. And also like how I draw clothing. Because for those who can probably infer by my model, something I tend to do is I draw, you know, seam lines. Oh, oops. So, if I go to one of my more recent-ish illustrations, this has been nightshaded, by the way, hence all the weirdness. But something I do, like, this isn't something I used to do. Like, I started doing this like a year or two ago. To add extra detail to the clothing. But what I started to do is that I started drawing where the seams would go. Putting, like, you know, on the pants, the sides of the pants, you know. And, you know, where the sleeves would be sewn into the rest of the shirt. And it's basically to add an extra sense of realism to the clothing. I'm gonna go make this bigger. But anyway, don't remember if I actually, you know, have a reference for gambeson which is what Ilya is wearing on my computer. I have a random set of armor, a random cuirass. That's not what I'm looking for now, is it? It appears I don't. Well, as we're about to start anyway, so I think I'm gonna, like, do some lines for here. I like to show some of the detail and stuff. And it's basically just a way to kind of like add detail without having to like compromise on having to draw every single goddamn thing. Also gotta do these lines as well. Because one of the aspects of lines is, contour. That like reveals a bit of contour as well. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, this is just to focus on line and stuff. And I also plan on adding additional details. Like, the little thing I do with, lines that kind of like coalesce into a corner. I add a little bit of a curve to it. It's something I learned, like something I saw on like Pinterest. I was just like, oh, that's cool. I'm incorporating this into my style. Yeah, I think, like, over the summer, as I'm doing my write-a-thon, I'm probably going to have one of the goals be to redraw something that I made back when I was in high school. Because I have a bunch of art that I made years ago, and I want to redraw them. Of course, the Boba Tea lesbian thing is a redraw that I made last year. And I have a few pieces of art. I can probably also look at some of the stuff I made for, like, traditionally for some of my older classes. Also, ads are in a minute. But I can probably look at the stuff I made for some of my older classes. And, you know, see what it looks like, and if I feel like I can redraw them, you know? In a way that I feel like I can do it justice. To my younger self with, the skills that I have acquired over the last, nearly 4 years since I graduated from high school. And, started college. Also, that means it's been close to 4 years since I started streaming. Because I started streaming in, June of 2022. Also, ads have started. Ad jail for some of y'all. My condolences. Also, I'm going to add a piece here to signify the eyelid. I'm gonna go save that. Yeah. Gambison. Oh, that's a lot of Gambison. I found this website while searching called steelmastery.com. And it's the prices are in euros, but I don't plan on buying anything. I'm just using this for the sake of references. Schema style Gambison. Scandinavian quilted shirt. This quarter colored one, and it makes me think of jesters, like clowns. But gonna grab this. And I probably should have saved it into my references folder. But there's something else I wanted to show y'all. I was looking at Netflix last night to look at shows that I felt like I wanted to watch. I don't think Netflix understands what millennials are. Because this show, specifically this show, came out in the early 2010s. Early to mid 2010s. Millennials by that time were in high school or college. Or at the earliest, like, middle school. And this is a show for little children. I, a Gen Zer, grew up on this show specifically. Of course, My Little Pony is older than that. I actually watched some of the older series in the franchise. Like, no. Previous millennium. So, I saw this as like the very first thing in the growing up millennial thing, and I'm here just like, that's... No. This is not what the millennials grew up on. They grew up on, like, Avatar The Last Airbender. Or not this. Also, I'm going to move this. And I'm going to go grab that Gambeson. Because I honestly feel like Ilya would be... He would not wear plate armor because, 1, expensive, 2, difficult to maintain, and 3, he is... The way that she, adventures and stuff is, not made for, plate armor. So she just wears Gambeson because that is lighter in weight. It's like a light armor. Also, I am erasing these so that I can, draw the other Gambeson. So instead. And I'm actually gonna go to the website. I can just look at it a little further. So, there's also it has a lining, if you can see over there. And then there is another, and that goes there. And the lines for this Gambeson are vertical. It is kind of quilted. And of course, the lines for, this Gambeson are just, vertical. And that's why for this, ow, my ribs. So for this one, I am instead going to focus on doing, just vertical lines. So instead, and of course, you cannot forget theme. Also, I'm gonna do that. Because 2. Yeah, Gambeson is basically like a quilted armor. It's actually pretty resilient. And it's often, you know, combined with like plate armor. From what I've heard. But yeah, this is kind of like what I plan on doing for, you know, the line. Which I think that can be considered done. Now, I can probably like move over to here. And I am searching for sticks because of the thing I am adding to, because of what I'm using for the drawing. And one of the first things I see when I click on images is a stick bug. What a wonderful world. And I am going to do a thing. And this is, you know, kind of like the arc. And four. And the thumb is, wait, no, not the thumb. The hand is not going to be the emphasis part of this. It's going to be this stick. But I need to go ahead and draw the fingers. And I'm going to probably like have Ilya wear a glove here. Kind of like add to the oomph of the part that has the color, which is going to be where she reveals the markings. And my idea for the stick was that it's going to look kind of blocky, so that, you know, the shape is what is emphasized. And of course, I'm also going to add emphasis on, seams or the gloves. But yeah. So, erase that. And part of me is tempted to like have the hand and stick be a silhouette. I'm gonna do this. So kind of like block out the shapes, make it a little more natural looking. And of course, when it comes to the color part, I will actually add the color. And I am probably going to post this into the server as well. Oh, by the way. And the reason why that is just so I can access it when I'm in class. It's that simple, honestly. So let me just erase. We have a stick. I'm going to this over as well. I'm going to put this down. Move this a little bit more up. Also, like, this. Hold on. Oops. You just close that line. Now, fill the rest of this in. Color. I wanted to kind of like make this look pretty blocky. Yeah. And the thing I'm doing for forms is I want to add a bit of perspective to this. With, you know, the logs for the, you know, like campfire. And I'm going to do this. This is like very gestural because this is the thumbnails and not the actual like sketches. I also need to figure out how I'm gonna do the panels. And I also wanted to add perspective to the logs as well. As perspective. And also, because, you know, this is kind of like something I wanted to, like, maybe I can have this be a print or something. And there is something that I did for, like, my first class for that course. So for this semester, that is. That is, I had to make a logo for myself. And I really liked the, sketch that I ended up making. For it, so because of that, I might make that into like a sticker or something. Because it's like a little kitty. A very fluffy kitty just tilting its head. And I really like it. And yeah. You know what I plan on doing, maybe? Of course, I'm not sure if I'm actually going to make any actual, like... I'll actually, like, start selling stickers or anything like that anytime soon. Probably once I, you know, graduate from college or university and, you know, get my bachelor's degree. I'll probably have that be a bit of a side hustle. Where I, you know, sell stickers and stuff, and I mail them to people. I can like gain a little extra money. So on the side, of course. And of course, I am adding some good old wood texture. Because wood texture is important to add wood. Make sure it looks like wood. Gotta add that chatoyancy. To render these, then add a little. Anyway, ads are starting in like 2 minutes. I'm actually gonna be a little proactive. And start it now. And I'll return in 5 minutes. I am back. And I have a snack. Now I'm probably gonna like mute myself and eat as I draw more branch and wood texture. So Alright. I have finished eating. Now it is time for space. So I'm gonna have to open this up. But I talked to my professor on Wednesday. And after I did all of these, he said that I really like... He said that he liked this one. So I'm going to kind of like reference that. For this. And of course, I am probably going to keep this kind of lumpy. A bit chibi. Yes, if it would. So... Ooh, yeah, this is kind of just... I like expanding on the thumbnails. I made back on Wednesday. Also, something I've been playing recently quite a bit is the Star Sand Islands demo. Because that game has kind of like caught my eye a bit. I really like it so far. And apparently in February, it's technically going to be in, like, released in early access. But they plan on, fully releasing the game about a month in. After that, so around March of this year. Yeah. So, my plan is for I'm pretty much going to be making a comic. I plan on having the panels being like kind of a Z format. Like, first panel is on the top left, or like the top or top right, and then the last panel is going to be on the bottom left. Z format, I kind of like a Z composition. Wait. So like, a Z format would be like this, or like this for a reverse Z. Alright, the last panel on the left then. It depends on like if I go with a reverse Z format. Because if I go with reverse Z, the last panel, wouldn't that be a 7 format? A 7 format would be if I just did it like this. Z format, there is an extra line for that, so it's not just a 7. But the main reason why I'd probably do like a reverse Z is because of the fact that I am left-handed and I want to possibly reduce the amount of, smudging that I get on my hand as possible. Anyway. I'm going to go I'm gonna return to working on this. Help. Since you don't have your clothes that you gotta clean them or you have no shirt. Welcome to adulting. Adulting means you have to do your own laundry. You've been doing that for a rather long time, just forgot. Yeah. Well, at least you now remember, so it's probably best if you go and do that now. And I actually do have to do my laundry, too. Your mom did it, but this week your dad? Yeah. 21, 20. Yeah. So it's pretty late for you. But it is probably a good idea to at least... Are you going to leave the laundry in there overnight? I think again. Well, depending on, the washing machine you have, you can delay the wash cycle by up to like half a day. So you can put the, you can put the stuff in during the night, and then when it's morning, it will have likely be done washing and not have been in there for like several hours straight. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I probably need to go and work on do my laundry as well, but I don't know if there's any open. Found them. Wood. White thing you wear in a suit. Uh-huh. Button up. Up is probably what you're thinking of. I don't know. No. I don't really wear suits, so I wouldn't know this. My dad worked at a suit store when he was younger. He might know, but I'm not going to go and bother him. The one with the button. Oh. I think in England, long sleeves. We call those button-up shirts. If I recall correctly. Yeah, we call those button-up. I believe. But if it's like, yeah, looking sexy, button-up shirts, short pants, no socks, just beautiful. Hell yeah. But also, depending on... But there is also another type of button-up shirt, and those are called blouses. Those are kind of like a little more flowy. But those are meant for like women. At least I think so. Well, I don't know if blouses are technically gendered for guys. So... But yeah. Anyway, ad break's gonna start soon. I'm probably gonna use that time to sort of take a break. I don't think I'm going to make a second drawing for space for now. I'm going to... Hold on. But... And all the Nightbot messages are happening. Oh boy. I should probably space those out. But I'll just lock that layer. Then I'm going to save to close those tabs. I'm probably gonna use this as an to stretch a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, as I've started, I'm just gonna chill for a little bit. Just pull my nose. Blah. So once that's done, I'm going to do the texture, which I'm not fully sure what I'm going to do with it, but I'm likely going to write stuff down. I don't know, like, what textures I'm going to be using. Like, what textures I want to have. Do you want to play what game of tic-tac-toe? Nah, I'm good. Yeah. I plan on trying to at least finish doing all the, you know, expanded thumbnails for all of these before the end of stream. I know I'm likely not going to be able to figure out the panel placement in time, but I could probably at least, like, do that. I might be able to change, I might change tomorrow's stream to drawing if I really feel like, oh, doing that instead. But I also have a bunch of stuff on my to-do list I have to do. We'll be looking a bit now. Understandable. Have a good lurk. But yeah. So, what I've been kind of doing for my classes, like my non-in-person classes, is that I've been dedicating 3 days of my streaming days. Kind of like doing, you know, not streaming days. 3 of the weekdays, like Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday to do all of my non-in-person class stuff. Right now, I only have two classes, two non-in-person classes that have been published and stuff, because the other one is gonna be published in February, so I don't have to worry about that. But for right now, basically the main structure of my, home assignment is that on Tuesday I do some of the stuff for my, art history class. I read the chapter I have to read for the class. I do the learning module quiz. I make a post in the discussion post. If someone else has already done it, I do my one reply, but if not, I have to return to the post and reply to someone. And I think something I'm probably going to be doing from once my third class starts is probably on probably Sundays is that I'm going to be doing an art stream where I work on some of the stuff for my art class. And probably gonna have her. I'll probably have Ilya. Putting some kind of sandwich. What I'm trying right now on the bread is a sourdough boule. And it's also, in fact, the logo for Xbox. The logo for Xbox is based on bread. You may thank me later for bestowing this knowledge upon ye. And we're gonna right. Gonna do this. Go ahead and so if that is where the arm is. I or I'm just gonna have her just and then mention. Now I'm going to Arjun. Now this. I'm gonna try to do the principles of design as well. But that is probably not gonna be guaranteed for someone like me. You know. I try and, you know. I'm going to do a paper texture. Also, thank you for the single bitty metal. I am also going to use this as an opportunity to add textures other places. Yeah. Oh. And I'm gonna. Oh. He consumes damage. The Ilya. And Ilya is consumed. A Borgir. Yeah. I'll refine that hand these hands eventually. But for now, burger. Now, going to save. So we got about 10 minutes until ads happen. And switch to Scarlet Vivid for the principles of design. And gonna make this a little brief. But I can, you know. Feel funky. So I'm kind of like gonna use a radial balance this part. Gonna go and delete that. There is going to be a noticeable difference in the balance. The, you know, chopped off ear. Like the ear that has a noticeable absence of something. Kind of like show that something happened to her. Something that remains unaddressed. Well, it is actually addressed in the story, but not here. And wait, I forgot to add color. I forgot to do the color. Whoops. I'll figure that out eventually. Yeah, this is meant to be, balanced. And something I am purposefully doing is adding an aspect of imbalance through the noticeable little chopped off part of her other ear. And of course, cannot forget the scar. And I am going to copy and paste. Then I'm going to move this. I am going to change a little some parts of the drawing. And that is I am going to probably that's actually gonna start in a little bit, but yeah. And like a little bit of this. And Do this. Ow. I am going to go start the final intermission of today. Anyway, I am back. And yeah. So there. Pretty tired, so you might not watch along only a bit. Yeah, understandable. It is pretty late for you, as it is. Right? I feel like every time you write beautiful, you say be beautiful. But it is sometimes. Oh. Yeah, but it said beautiful. Yeah. Words are very weird, especially in the English language. After all, English is basically like several different languages in a trench coat. Beautiful is beautiful. Yeah. Eh. But there's also French. Yeah. Apparently, like, the official, like, organization meant to preserve the French language is, like, very mad that mainland France speakers are starting to adapt, you know, slang and stuff from interacting with African French speakers online. And it's sort of like the thing where her Portuguese children are learning Brazilian Portuguese from, like, a Brazilian YouTuber. Damn. Yeah. The Academy is hated, though. Like, broadly hated. At least from what I've heard. Lock. So I think the last thumbnail I'll do is for color. Which I think I'll do a who needs French spaghetti croissant girl, and yeah, that's pretty much. I think, well, if you are going to a place that mostly has French-speaking people, like Quebec, perhaps. English holy sounds. Yeah. And, your kitty cat. So... is cuddling with me. Yeah, you put it right. Yeah, cats tend to be like that. I know Magda will sometimes, like, go in front of my screen. You know, or, like, whatever I am focusing on. If I'm laying on my bed, it's my phone, and she's just like, here, I want attention. You are the only human in this room. You must give it to me. You'll become Lord of Worlds. Indeed. Cat may have stepped on her keyboard. Yeah, cats tend to do that. Because that is what kitties like to do. They like to inconvenience. In fact, NASA, the... Cats are cutlers. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently back during like lockdown and all that stuff, NASA are... you know, space exploration organization in the United States was trying to like figure out how to make sure cats, you know, don't cause chaos from, you know, remote workers who have them and just cause chaos with all the space exploration stuff. Because kitties are silly. Yeah, it is true. They like had to figure that stuff out. That's so funny. Yeah. It's just one of those things, you know, about lockdown is that many places had to consider things they had never had to consider before, like how to prevent cats from messing up with some of the unmanned, like remote, you know, things they use to, you know, capture space data. Yeah. But I can understand that because ever since Magda has started spending more and more time in my room, I've kind of started to understand how cats can, like, very much inconvenience you in your everyday life and when you're, like, working on something. Because I can be working on an assignment that is due that very day. Magda will be like, it's Magda time, and Magda all over the place. I have met a Roblox guy who might have an obsession. Oh. The weirdo? Yeah, weirdo are in many different places. Follows you into every game. A weird guy told you the link. Weird. Eve. It might be best to like block him or something along those lines. If you are able to do that, that is. And Roblox is like very questionable little company, and they're like having a lot of hot water at the moment, so luckily I never had to experience that because I never played Roblox. I have encountered weirdos on other platforms back when I was younger. But, yeah, we talk some weird stuff. Yeah. The best advice I can really give is like, block, report, and, you know, if the weirdo escalates, like, DMing you with threats, inform the authorities. Unfortunately, the likelihood of not getting any socials, yeah, probably a good idea to avoid doing that if possible. But it is very likely that he might find them. He thinks you don't have social media. I see. And like guys, you're straight. Yeah. Fortunately, when it comes to online creeps, they will, or like creeps in general, they usually don't care if you are, a different sexuality. Like, there are creeps who will, come on to, like, they will try to get with someone who literally is just only attracted to women. And they will just not care about the fact that, it's like distance, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, harassment happens. Nobody is immune to being harassed by someone. And it's kind of like the world we live in at this point in time. But just know that if you ever encounter a creep, in real life, it's okay to punch them a little bit. Like, I usually wouldn't condone violence of any sort, but you get a punching? Yeah. But as long as it is one, in self-defense, and two, it is kind of like a last resort. I don't mind. Just don't try to be like One Punch Man. And then just straight up kill someone with one punch. Like, that's how to lead to some PSAs. He's in like Scotland, I think. You know, one punch, one crunch man. E. That one punch, not crunch. I see. Yeah. Now, eventually, when I, start, like, having to go to more places on my own, I know I'm probably gonna have to, like, encounter creeps every once in a while, especially in, like, parking lots and parking garages. And I'm actually tempted to, like, get myself a self-defense weapon. You know, if it's, depending on whether or not it's legal in my state. So probably like a taser or something. Or, pepper spray. Just have some kind of sharp object. Sharp object. Yeah. Yeah. Also, one of the more effective ways of like getting away from someone is to like literally shove them to the side. Like, if you try to shove them from the front or the back, like if you try to shove them straight, you have the perfect taser for me. If I protect VTS, it's 989. Yeah. So if you like try to shove someone from like the direct front or back, it's probably not going to be super effective. They might be able to like counter it by, stepping back. But if you shove them to the side by like body checking them or something, they will likely lose balance. And you can get away as they recover from being shoved. Yeah. I wonder what I should do with, the emphasis thing. I should, like, do some foreshortening. Anyway, as we're starting in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna try and finish trying some of this. I wonder if I should like... How many volts does the taser have? 1,000. You for gore. I see. Look it up again. Alright. And I use a lot of foreshortening for this. Right? And now... Right? Also, ads are gonna happen in a minute. So... once that happens, I'll take a break. Then I'll keep doing some of this. Doesn't want to tell you. Yeah. It's really high or something. Yeah. Very likely. Anyway. Gotta stretch a little bit. Yeah. Luckily, I don't have class tomorrow. Which I am very glad about, because it gives me a day to do this. Just use this method we're using model 500. Eh. Anyway, I'm gonna go get up and stretch my legs. So I shall return in a few minutes when the ads are done. Stretching? Yeah. As if you thought you will end up very stiff. What that is. Oh, 5. Yeah. Oh, that is a gun! I don't think I can really use a gun. Like that. I'm probably gonna stick with, a taser, cause a gun would involve a lot of different problems. Well, fuck your hand. If you don't hold it, like wobbly in your hand. So, well, if I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to end up, investing in a taser that can also function as, a power brick. Something that looks a little cute, matches my aesthetic. But if you decide to do something... Anyway. Now me. Go ahead. I am going to mess around a little bit with this. Oh. Of course, this is going to end up concealing the other ear a little bit. Yeah. Oh. Have a little bit of this. You can always carry around a javelin. I mean, you're not talking about the spear. Yeah. Are you seriously asking me to something different? I looked it up. I know you're talking about the missile. Yes, you are. Yeah. So, if I'm gonna be honest, it's probably, a better idea if I, carry around something discreet that I can easily disguise as, like, something fashionable. Yeah. Oh, I have rhythm and variety/unity left, along with, color. So, you just lock this? Yeah, I feel like if I do get myself a self-defense weapon, it's probably going to be something a little discreet that I can carry around with me at all times. And on arms, Senior Series double barrel pocket protection. Very small. Yeah, but I think, like, probably best if I have, these would be hideable in sleeve. Yeah. But here's the thing, in the United States, I believe, if you... Yeah, it's a gun, yeah. I'd need a license to have that, and I'd have to be deemed mentally stable enough to get a gun. So sometimes the gun laws are pretty loose here, but I don't want to potentially have someone who shouldn't have a gun, and I'm not. I mean, to be entirely fair, I am, disabled. like both physically and mentally considered disabled. Your state, unless you have a medical condition or a felony on your record, you can buy a gun as long as you're old enough. That's it. Yeah. I don't really know the gun laws in my state though, because I don't really care about. Don't matter the gun. Yeah, don't matter the gun. And sometimes you also need to get an open carry license if you want to, you know, hold it on your person and not concealed somewhere. Like, I don't know. Some guns are outlawed for normal people, but other than those, you can buy any gun you want. Yeah. Fortunately, this leads to various types of incidents. Because of how loose some of our gun laws are. Yeah. I'm probably not going to, in terms of like self-defense or something, you know, purchase a gun because of one big reason. I have relatives who are like younger, and I also have a bunch of cats. And, you know, I know that I'm probably not gonna be, you know, I don't want to be that kind of person who is like super reckless with a gun and end up killing someone. So, because of that, a crazy big one. It's so cute. Yeah. But, no. So I'm just probably never going to own a gun at all. Unless I like absolutely have to. And part of it's because I honestly think guns are kind of boring. Like, if I am going to invest in something for self-defense, I don't want to, you know, I think it would be a little funnier if I, like, use something that looks cute but is a little more... No. A fluffy taser. Yeah. Fluffy taser. I can kill your muscles. Yes. Exactly. That, or I can get an Aztec death whistle. Or the ones that have when you blow into them, you can hear very realistic screams. It causes severe injury or death because the high energy disrupts the body's electrical system, leading to muscle contraction, severe burns, organ failure, especially heart and kidneys, respiratory, neurological damage. A taser to do that. Mm-hmm. No, I was just saying, yeah. But honestly, I think it would be funnier if I, like, have a taser, but also an Aztec death whistle. Like, scare people away. That, or I need to start dressing scarier. So just as a scaredy woman. But yeah. This is every time when you're in the dark, you stand always in blood when then walks by all alone. Or a couple on a date. Main intention for the Aztec death whistle being used is to just make the creepy person panic and run away. So of course, I'd also have to make sure it's something I can, bring with me to conventions and stuff. And an Aztec death whistle? It's probably something that would be allowed. Unless it's specifically banned. You could just use a spray can. Yeah. So, spray can has a risk of exploding. With floral anti-myonic acid in it. That would probably do a lot more damage than I want to. Yeah. I'm just gonna have that for movement. But my brain feels a little too fried. I need to finish the rest of this. It's at the moment. So I'll put play. And yeah. So made some pretty good progress. Oh, the acid you just told me. Nope. But I'm pretty sure it's a dangerous acid. It's probably not allowed for anyone who is not like a chemist or something. You put a metal spoon on it for 1 to 2 seconds, but no longer. Ah, it's one of those. That's probably not something that the average person can use. And also, if I use something with that on someone, it's probably a criminal offense. Yeah, but it also does that with skin and flesh. Eh. And bones. And that's why it's probably best to avoid using anything with that when it comes to self-defense. The goal is to defend yourself from someone, not to torture someone. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sort of stuff, wouldn't be allowed for, using self-defense. It won't be torture just gone. But then I'd probably end up on trial for murder. Or manslaughter. I really hate you. I'm trying to be rational about this. You always make me stay awake for longer than you want to. Oof. Well, once you are older, or sometimes the things that keep you up are things you don't even want to do. Like work. Yeah. Oh. You. This would. Anyway. So, depending on how I am feeling tomorrow, gotta go to bed. Luckily, I'm ending stream in a few minutes, so you can start getting ready for sleeping. You are in bed? Yeah. Tomorrow is likely going to be continuing to do chapter 2 of Deltarune. And yeah. So it might not be too long, depending on how long it takes me to complete it. Because I want chapter 3 and 4 to be their own streams, ideally. But yeah, I'm gonna end stream, and I'll be seeing y'all on Monday, which is probably going to be like the only time I stream on a Monday for a while. Because tomorrow is a federal holiday in my country, so I don't have class. But probably after the stream, I will be working on this sort of stuff anyway. But regardless of that, I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye!